I'm live, or something like that. Here I am. Uh, I don't know. Sometimes the motivation to be productive is not there, and today is one of those days. But we'll carry on. Let's see. Twitch link is separate. We'll do YouTube link here. And then Twitch link here. Okay. I don't know what the drops are. What do we have today? I don't know. Let me spawn my berry folk first. I guess we gotta continue working on our deck builder shader. That's one thing we can continue working on without having to think too much. We can't prevent ourselves from needing to think and just simply, you know. Oh, that's right. I forgot that we have this ridiculous coding dock on. Probably turn it off for now, because it was indeed very distracting. But it was fun while I lost it. Let's see. Brief session today. I'm just kind of sorting things out right now. Making sure everything I have to account for is accounted for. Let's think. Yeah. Well, this needs to be closed out. Probably like until canceled. Well, we'll see. I guess I'll just have to wake up early. All right. Where were we? We were supposed to have some buttons here for some effects, I think. Check mark is probably a good one. And that one has to be in a group. I don't remember if there is a way to do grouping. Checkbox. Let's see what this does. Negative. And well, I guess it doesn't need a group because it's not a radio button. Radio button is the one that needs to toggle back and forth. Checkbox doesn't, so I guess we could just do that. Negative. And then another checkbox for, I think it was foil. And then we're gonna get into the hollows soon. Let's try that out. We'll do, rename this with capital N. Okay. When this is toggled on the tester, we set simply card dot. I guess we need to create a new parameter here. Animation finished. Emits. Oh yeah, I forgot to emit that. I gotta definitely take care of that first. Dissolve mode. When dissolve is done, we're emitting that. Good. And then making sure these buttons have something to trigger, and that would be like stuff like is negative, and then that would be boolean, which is false by default. And then we have is foil, which is boolean, which is false by default. Put up here, I guess. And then when this changes, we're gonna make it so that the shader changes as we do. It's negative equals value. Update card enhancement, I guess. Enhancement render, or update enhancement render. We call it that, and do the same thing on the foil. And then do that. And then we gotta create this. Boom. And that one probably will based on the is negative type of value. Set shader. I think the shader name, which I don't remember, was, let's see. Is negative, which will be, actually, I gotta give a string name, which will be, oops, is negative. Then we do the same for the foil. Foil will have is foil setup, and then this function needs to be called on ready, so that updates once. All right, let's test it out. Oh, that's right. Is foil equals, I suppose the value of the button pressed, or is pressed, or is it is toggled? What's the check marks thing? Toggle my button pressed. Button pressed. If it's true, it's true. If it's false, it's false. Same thing on the foil check mark. Once it gets pressed, we have that value. Or like so. All right. I think that's oh, I have another project open. Okay. We got something going on here. I think we do want to make the change on the negative to be so that the darkest color, when the white flips, the darkest color isn't this dark. Maybe the resulting negative color can be applied as a percentage, perhaps. So, right, let me try that. It's on the card. My shader logic. We'll see. We were saying on negative application, we just assigned it straight up, the negative version of it. Instead, we could reduce the value by a certain percentage. For example, let's say 50%, and then add that to the original RGB value. I don't know what it's gonna do yet. I guess I could test it out here. Okay, maybe the plus is not the way to go. multiplies make it much darker. Equals, because I just want it to be overlay, right? If I add it, the darkest becomes darker. I have to think about this a little bit. Because white is 111. If I flip it, it becomes black, which is 000. And I want to shift the original color towards the negative, which is this value. I suppose it's better to do something like this, where instead of doing a percentage on the result, we do the percentage on the original RGB. Like, how much of the original color are we applying onto the negative? Because it'll be less negative. It'll be less negative if we subtract it from something weaker, I guess. So for example, if I do like 50% versus 80%. Ooh, what if we do 1.5%? That's okay. We're getting somewhere. That feels a little bit better. Not as crazy. It feels washed out. But I think that's okay. So this gets applied and it shows up. Okay. I need to be careful with the foil color. Not really sure what to do about the foil color. Let me see if I can change that blue to be less blue. Or apply some sort of opacity to it. So it's doing the color thing. And then the RGB of the texture is being applied this way. Where from the original we're subtracting, and adding. We can control the amount, I guess. I want to see if this works. Float. Application ratio, which can be like, let's say 70%. Let's see what that looks like. Maybe that could work. So if we do foil, okay. Yeah, it is. It does work. I like that. I wonder if I need to do the negative part first before applying the foil. Or apply the negative after the foil. Okay, that's not terrible. Doesn't really have the same feeling. Actually, that's not bad. Kind of like it. It's a little bit more visible, so I wonder if I can. What do we do? 1.2. I mean, I guess that's why they don't allow it to be done at the same time, but there's something. Next up, maybe a little swirly, a spectral, little fog-like stuff. I mean, that's been done by this one. Whoever wrote this, forgot the name. But this is the same thing. This would be the spectral shader. So I'm gonna just steal it from this person. Hey, Buggy. Welcome. We're still working on this. The Balatro Swirl. I just need to steal this. Oh, it's from the Balatro Paint Mix one. Okay. So we'll do that. I guess I should probably open up my doc of saved files. Let's see. Drive. Script. It was under... Was it under idea? No, it was under script. Let's see. Art, factory. Ah, there it is. Script. And then... shader. Maybe it's not... I can't find my documentation. Hold on. Was it this one? Oh, I guess it is this one. This one doesn't have a title. Anyways. Alright, I gotta make sure I properly credit it. We got the perspective warp, foil, Godot shader. I gotta find it. Gotta make sure I give credits where credits are due. Right. Okay. That one. And then swirl, or color swirl, rather. Which is, according to this one, it's over here. I'll open it to check. Okay. I mean, it's pretty cool. I guess that would be what the spectral is. So let's just make sure I copy this appropriately. So it seems like most of the work is being done on this offshoot function. So I could put this out here. Polar coordinate. They still call this effect. I guess we should call this swirl effect. Swirl polar coordinates. And then that would be called down at the fragment. Oh, I am pasting this in the wrong one. Of course. I gotta do it here instead. I can barely remember my own code sometimes. Okay. It's really bright out here today. Usually it's like rainy, so I keep my windows open, but we're in a very sunny day situation today. So I can see all the dust particles on my monitor, which is kind of unfortunate. I guess I should use my little bunny duster. Not sponsored. All right, here we go. There it is. Okay. And then make sure we do the thing here. Swirl effect. That duster is the cutest. Thank you, Buggy. I like it. I like having it. I'll be honest. I like having that duster. Okay. This one would be color swirl parameters, which is its own thing. And for the final effect application, it comes down here. If is color swirl, we do something like this. I don't know what this means, but yes. Then I gotta put that on top here. Da. Then we call this a swirl effect, right? This part is a little bit tricky. So instead of texture pixel size, okay, that's fine. Polar coordinates, that's okay too. UV, we're not really getting any textures for it, so we're okay, I think. We're gonna have to do some overwriting here, but basically the color image has this thing going on. So if I comment this out, whoa, something's going on. Color 1, color 2, let's say color 3. Oh my goodness. Doesn't really feel like it's moving at all, is it? Spin rotation. Not really sure what it does. It's not changing anything. It doesn't really. Do I have to do this? Does seem like I have to actually understand what's going on in the logic. Swirl effect. Guess I'm not really sure what's happening here. I suppose instead of the yeah, I'm not sure. Let's see. I'm gonna ban this person real quick. Only my own ads are allowed here. Takes the size. Does the UV of it. Not really sure. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Let me look at some of the logic here. Not sure if I have to turn this on. You know what? I'm gonna go look at the debugger window that's already using the wave effect. Electro text logger background. Okay, this is the background. The color rect receives this. Nothing's on, just the color has been changed. Interesting. So nothing needs to change, only the color. I suppose this could be on a separate shade or texture rect instead of living on top of this. Would that work? Because I don't know if the base color impacts it or not. It does change the color, what the base color is. But still, I'm surprised at the card. I wanna see what it looks like on a texture. Let me just get rid of this for now. Oh. Something else broke completely. Oh. Huh. Okay. I see. Okay, almost. I don't see any color swirl here. It might be due to other things. Not really sure. The swirl effect is probably where it's important here. Polar coordinates are used, but we're not enabling it, so it doesn't matter. So when we go to the swirl effect, let's try to understand what's going on here. At the end of the day, it returns a vec4. And it's taking color 1, 2, and 3, I think. Each of the color, right? Oh, there's some heavy calculation going on here. Can't say I wish I could understand this much easier than what I see now. It is definitely difficult. Not really sure why. The swirl effect looks different here. Whatever color I get, I'm multiplying this, right? And if I didn't assign that, it's just center like this, which is also different. Texture, pixel size. What if I make it half of that? It's not gonna work, is it? I really don't see the swirl. Oh, there's a swirl here. Oh, there is a swirl. It's just not applying here. Oh, it's because I'm multiplying the existing color by that. Okay, what if I just did this? Okay, there's something going on here with the color. Because I see the swirl on the shader example. You can't see it because of my face, but on the material you can see it happening. The little swirlies. I just need that to show up here. And it seems like the swirl effect probably is getting applied to the whites, but it's not being applied to the rest, which I'm not really sure why it's doing that. So instead of times equals swirl effect, how about I make it so that if the texture we're working with, so post process, if color dot RGB is I don't know if I want to do that, but could be a mask color, color.rgb. But that's not how spectral works either. Spectral just applies it to the entirety of the card, right? Entirety of the image. Just the multiply that works over here. Can't even tell if it's spinning. It is spinning. I'm not really sure what's happening. Polar. Spin speed. Yeah, you can see him more now. I don't know. This is disturbing that it applies over here, but it doesn't here. What if the card was like pure white? Would that look different? Should I make a test card? I'll make a test card here. I'll just make a purely white texture to see what that does. Color material, shader collection, export, and apply this. Where is it? It's not working on this either, actually. I'm so confused how this example shows like it's working, but over here it's not working at all. I wonder if the swirl effect has some sort of limits. Unless this is like to a full size, maybe? Color 1, yes. Contrast. It's not really considering any kind of alpha or anything. Oh man. It's kind of annoying. It's here, but it's not here. Why? I gotta think about this. Like, I can't even just go straight up equals, because that still looks different. Definitely not just green. Okay, pixel size is fine. UV is okay. Screen coordinate. Yeah, because this is doing it based on the coordinate on the actual UV. So it being centered is okay. Speed, whatever. Those are all the swirl logic. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of strange. Let me see if what happens if none of these gets applied. You know what? I'm gonna try something real quick. I'm gonna get a texture rect, or not texture. I should probably change to color rect. Color rect here. And then apply this material. And load that shader real quick. Right. Okay. Wait, why is this invisible now? change. It's a color rect. It was a white one. Oh, is it because of this? Dissolve value? No. Hold on, hold on. Let's copy parameters. Can I copy? Copy. Then I want to paste it over here. Uh-huh. Can I not copy all the parameters? It doesn't really work, huh? I'll grab the noise as well in case that's an issue. Paste. Okay. It's showing up. All right. So I'm going to do a color swirl on this. Okay. It works on the color rect. I'm confused why it works for the color rect, but it doesn't work for the why it doesn't work for the card itself. And then I could, this one allows me to do one of these things. It can be negative, it can be foil and spectral. Not that anybody would use all of that all at once. Why is that? What's the difference between this and this? Because it doesn't even like the fact that the texture is... Like, if I get a white texture, completely white texture, it still doesn't work. Even though it has all the same parameters. Well, that's really weird. That is really weird. Is it because of this part? Color times equals texture effect. Oh, I know what it is. Okay. Do I know? No, I don't know what it is. Yeah, I don't know. Because I already applied the color here, so it's as if we're working with whatever we have by end of this. I don't know. I'm really lost on this one. It's really hard to debug shaders too, so. Yeah, I don't know. What's the difference? I wonder if there's a way to just kind of blend do a blend mode for these two things. Probably not. Visibility. Yeah, I can't just go like half the alpha and bring it over, right? Yeah, this doesn't get applied. I do feel like I need to fix this. Like this one, even if... Okay, so noise is required in order for it to show up. Oh, man. Okay. Also, why is the foil part dark instead of bright? Feels inverted, doesn't it? Wait. All kinds of problem right now, I feel. Let me go back. Oh, the wrong order. That's right. Plus, we'll do this way, I guess. Yeah, that's better. And then we can go down to something like that. Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay, color swirl. This, please. Why does this work and this doesn't? It's just treating the texture differently. It's the same. Texture size, screen coordinates. Is that the screen coordinate? It's taking the regular UV, but this one's same. The only difference is the... Right. Because if I do completely white color as my sprite, there is literally no difference, but the swirl still doesn't work. What's happening here? Why? Should I just reload this? Let me reload the project. Sometimes that's the answer. Not always. Sometimes that helps. Yikes. Nope. That is so strange to me. What is the difference? What is the difference? I can get rid of this even. Multiplying whatever color's on there with the effects color works here but doesn't work here. I'm gonna change this to texture rect and see if it works for this one. Texture rect. And then apply my white texture. Material is over here. Oh. Huh. Yeah, this one doesn't work either. Yes, the texture. Whenever it becomes a sprite, the logic applies differently. I might have to do some online search here. Godot shader applying differently to colorrect versus sprite. I know, it's very wordy. This is something I can look at. Let's see what AI has to say about it. Knows properties in distinct ways, such as how a shader modifying color might ignore a sprite 2D's modulate property. Huh. Color rect is UI element, yeah. Loading to different shader effects depending on how the shader output is combined with the node's properties. I don't know. Doesn't seem like... Oh, we're gonna be stuck here for a little bit, seems. Yeah. I really don't know. Because even without the application of color, like even without doing the multiplication where we're not taking the original color, this one looks like this and this one doesn't. Something else is happening here. Pixel filter, I don't know what that is. Source color, we're just grabbing it. Pixel size is size of the screen we're filtering. We're getting its length of that divided by pixel filter. That's the pixel size. We're grabbing a new UV. I'm trying to see if there's any part in the calculation where I see where the screen or texture is being used. But I don't think so. It doesn't really look like it. Yeah, I don't know. It's really strange. I feel like is there a better way to handle this? I could do a screen filter. You know what? Maybe that's what I can do. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to remove the swirl parameters from the card's effect shader. And swirl effect here. I suppose yeah, we'll see. Hold on. So I'll do that and get rid of a bunch of these. That was 4 swirls. And get rid of the swirl effect. Alternatively, what we're going to do is we're going to make a background texture here, which will match the size. This is going to be swirl background effect. And this size will match the card's size, like the size of the card is supposed to be. So in this case, I think it's just, I don't know, card image is 138 by 93. So it's 138 by 93. Then we're gonna do this. Oh, right, we scaled it up too. So this will be 2. Doesn't matter really. And then we're coming over here and not applying this thing. Oops. I don't know if the clip thing will work. It might not. We'll see, we'll see. Gonna get rid of this shader here for the texture rect. Okay. So let's align this real quick. And basically, I want to apply the swirly material onto this. Copied, I guess, from the swirl shader. Duplicate. We'll move this out into this real quick. Rename. And then that will be applied separately to this guy. And then that requires a bunch of color stuff. For example, I think the spectral is like combination of this and like something like that. Yeah. And then let's say spin speed is a little bit higher. Like that. Yeah. So. Oh, that's a lot. Do one of these. Make it move a lot. And the idea is, I think, without the foil itself, we should be able to set transparent. So we'll write something like uniform bool transparent background, and then call uniform back4 background color, which will be source color. And basically the idea is I'll be able to pick the background color, and if I turn it on, at the end of it all, well, I guess before even doing the post-processing, we want to set up, I guess I should do it afterwards. Basically, if color RGB equals background color, might have to change this, but for now it's something like that. Valid argument. Okay, then I'm gonna make the color alpha equal to 0. Like so. Almost. But the, I mean, idea is clear, right? It's like we're making the background bleed through by setting the background color and removing it. Let me see what the spectral cards actually look like on Blotro. Spectral card Blotro. They may have something fancier. Wait, this one actually looks like pixel. Do they not move? Do spectral colors not move? Hold on. Blotro spectral cards. I want to see animations for it. Image or short videos, maybe? Hold on, I gotta pause it.
Alright, let's definitely open the open.
Oh, spectral cards have no effect. Oh, well. I guess it's just... Okay. Well, it turns out I just gave it an extra type of background. I didn't mean to. Let's see if I can clip this. Clip content. That's visibility, I think. Clip and draw. That doesn't really work, does it? Can I do it this way? Where I clip it with this? Clip and draw. This one's gonna be show behind parent. No, apparently not. A little tricky here. ACS, hello, hello. I don't know, it's kind of working, but it's not. So I'm trying to, because remember, the card size matters too. Because as you can see, also it doesn't quite line up because I made this be its own thing. I mean, there's no other way to do this other than color clipping. It's just I need to make sure this texture shows up where it needs to. I mean, I can't just go screen texture because it's gonna look at more than just a card. If I did screen texture, it's looking at everything on the screen, including the background. So I don't think that's going to work. But at least we have something we can work with. I just gotta make sure this depends on if is background, what is it? Is I forgot what I called it, transparent background. Like so. So I gotta do boop, boop. But obviously it has a little bit of that. So I can make sure I clip it appropriately. And then adjust the size appropriately as well. And thing is, the whole perspective thing it's not working with it. So we probably want to make sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because right now, okay, so it's not going to work. Because it looks like that. But as the car shifts, background doesn't shift. And it doesn't also dissolve either. So I really wish I could get that swirl working on the texture itself. I wonder why it refuses to work with it though. It's so strange to me. I don't know how long I'm going to wrestle with this before I call it a day for this one specifically. But it really makes me annoyed that this swirly thing only works on texture, not images. Let's see. For example, if I copy and paste this card image, and then I get rid of this shader. Oh, this one needs to be unique. And then I grab the swirly one. Then I give it some color. Color 3. Yeah. It's just not doing it. It's just applying the color itself. Even though this says it's being swirled in. Kev says, you look like that type of coworker that has a spy cam in the woman's toilet. Jesus. That is weird. Thanks for the comment. Let's see. Buggy says, yeah, that's so weird. Yeah, no, it is weird. Yeah. I know you were talking about the texture versus color rect, not the comment itself. But that is a very specifically weird comment that is being made. I just choose to ignore it, I guess. Either way. Anyways, moving on. Yeah, what's happening here? What is happening here? Please. Like something's ignoring something. I'm really confused. This one, it seems like color 2 is not impacting anything. That's for sure. It's color 1, right? No, color 1 doesn't do anything either. It's color 3 that changes the color at all. What? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Are you talking about... Only Murph I know is like from Dimension 20. But I feel like there's very specific reference to just throw around. I'm not familiar. I'd say Denimal says, "What's up, Cupcake? Not much. We're trying to figure things out right now." Buggy says, "I think the YouTube chatter is a type that gets banned from public spaces." Yep. I don't know. What do I do with that? Like, it doesn't bother me. So it's like, whatever, I guess. It is a very strange thing to say. Denimal, let's see if you have any ideas. So I have this cool shader. Wow, very cool. And then this one is working because the color is white. Or it doesn't matter. I can choose any color. Doesn't matter, really. But it's a solid color rect, right? And shader works. But that same shader doesn't work on textures. And it's not because it has colors. If I change it to a solid white sprite, it still doesn't work. Which feels like a nonsense. And it doesn't make sense to me. Why this works but this doesn't. And I can't, for the sake of me, figure out what's going on with it. It's very hard to determine what's going on. Because obviously the swirl's working. And I don't think there's any parameters over here in the code itself that is specific to it being a color rect. Oh, maybe I should, if I read the shader. Recommended use make a color rect. But I don't know why it doesn't work with the texture. To color rect, it makes it invisible. Can I use this commercial in this game? The creator said in the code comment that they did not make this and they took it from Belastro's source code. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Void. The shape. Void says the shape. Hello, Void. I'm sorry if I'm a little somber today. I made a bet. On earnings. And I guessed wrong. Kev, I'm sorry. I think I will probably ignore your chat. As long as it stays nonsensical. But yeah. At least I'm nice enough to tell you that I am ignoring you. Doesn't really say anything. Voice says shader shapes are annoying sometimes. Huh? Try manipulating the shape and see if the shader renders. Sometimes it happens. Manipulating the shape. Shape of the texture? What do you mean? You need to be more specific. I'm not familiar with it. Oh, Kev. You're flooding the chat, unfortunately, so I'm going to have to probably mute you. 10 minutes. It's okay. We got Twitch chat going on. Yeah, Void, I'm not sure how I can manipulate the... Oh! What? Oh, I see what's happening. Oh, wait, why? Oh, hold on, why? What's going on? Why is it all the way over in this corner? That makes no sense. What? Wait, what? Hold on. I'm so confused. Cute little shader. Yeah, that's correct. Why is it in this like tiny corner? So obviously the UV range is wrong when I'm using it as a texture versus... Okay. All right. Makes sense somewhat. Hold on. Copy. I'll bring it over to my card shader. But that's so funny that I couldn't notice that little shader corner because I guess it's just because it's transparent and it was all the way down here. All right. So I gotta make that again. My card shader here. And then say this is the swirl shader param or color swirl param. Voice says there are a few factors that affected texture size, color text size, or the UV calculation. Yeah, I mean, it has to be the UV calculation because, well, yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit weird. I still find it strange. We'll find a way. So we definitely need to copy this part and apply it over here. I don't even need the whole polar coordinate thing. Or do I? I don't need it. And I say if is color swirl. Then we're gonna apply this. I think the polar coordinates definitely impacting it. I mean, if I change the UV, it'll change everything. But I would also like to know why it's doing that. You know? Did I not copy the functions? Yeah, so I need to copy over the functions here real quick. Very strange. Very strange. Shaders equals black magic. Yeah, it really is. It's hard to figure out everything sometimes. All right. Okay. So effect function is there. Color swirl, we're going to turn it on. So once again, we remember the swirly is way over here in this corner. So if I were to say, hey, UV is divided by 10, for example. Oops. Or multiply? Because we're using the coordinates. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, see? See, like... But that's strange because it was using this range of UV as a full range. So where did this UV come from? And it seems like it was okay. So I don't know why, because we're using it here. We're using that fine over here. Also, this is a little bit pixelated. Let me think. And the same UV is UV of the texture. Should I be using the UV of... I need to use a effective UV. Perhaps. What about this UV? Projected to... Okay, hold on. Maybe this is it? Instead of using the full UV? No, it's still the same. Yeah, because now it's shifted to the left center. I just don't understand. It's because look at it over here. The example is fine. The example works fine. But on an actual texture, it applies differently. You said shape, but shape is rectangle, right? So I do not understand. Scale, maybe it's using screen up. Huh? Just at the tiny UV? Scale. Maybe it's using screen up. Well, what I'm saying is, okay. Here's a puzzle. The puzzle is, if I made a exactly same sized color rect with this shader right now, this shader itself. So if I go this one real quick, if I make it as big as this, which is 138 by 93, right? And then I actually apply the same shader as this other one. So instead of using the Blatro shader, if I say I go card shader, and this one requires a noise, so I'm going to populate the noise real quick. Copy. Paste. Dissolve values 1. You see how, like... Oh, wait. Why is it just tiny like that? Oh, because it's inset. Okay, yeah. And then I turn on the swirl. Look at that. It's fine. As long as it's color rect. Oh, that's kind of cool. I wonder if I do the swirl earlier, it would be different. What if I applied the swirl before the perspective? So like so. Okay. Doesn't really matter, I guess. But either way, you see what you see what I'm saying? Is a color rect with the same size, it has the same effect. I'm using the exact same shader, but on a color rect UV range is fine. But on this card, it's like, nah, we don't like it. The only problem with this is like, okay, well, like, I understand. So we're gonna divide this by like 1,000, for example, or 100, I guess. It feels like, oh, yeah, we've increased it. Oh, you know what? It might be the texture pixel size. Okay, it's this thing, isn't it? Because it's doing the calculation based on what the texture pixel size is. And pixel size for... Yeah, you're right. Okay. Void. The texture pixel size for color rect is screen resolution. So if we use screen texture pixel size every time... No? I guess not. Ah! Hold on. I mean, because it's definitely... Texture pixel size has something to do with it. Because if I increase this instead... It'll make it bigger, right? Yeah. UV's okay. Something about texture pixel size. Let me take a look. Godot texture pixel size of color rect. Offset for what? Yeah, there is an offset. I can do the offset afterwards. I'm just trying to get the size right. Like I can shift it over like that. So I can just like make it be correct. Let's see, like 50. I could do something like that. I might have to do a screen effect where basically if it is darker than the color we're swirling, apply it lightly. Hey Fruit Superman says, hi guys, does anyone know why Godot uses a different language for shaders? Well, the shader language is specifically for, it's a like a commonly known language, GLSL. That's why it's not using GDScript. It's utilizing already existing script that are industry standard. Hold on. What if I... What is the texture pixel size? Is it going to be like 1? What if I go vec to 1, 1? Is that going to... Okay. That seems like it's consistent, right? Instead of using texture pixel size, I'm using some hard number. And I think... I don't know what this does. Polar zoom doesn't do anything. Doesn't seem like it's not doing anything. So that's pretty cool. Not as like... So I guess I could use this, whatever. And then instead of this ugly color, we'll go for more like more mixture of these like red, blue, and green. And then this blue part will be a little bit more yellow, greenish. We'll saturate this a little bit. Like this. That's a pretty cool effect, right? And then additional thing that I want to do is, you know how like it's multiplying the color that already exists with the swirl color? I almost want to make it so that basically, so we have the vec for swirl color, right? We can do if swirl color length. Wait, can I do screen? Is there such thing as like a... blending option? Is there blending math on the vectors? Or do I have to do it RGB level? I guess I do have to do it RGB level. So for example, instead of multiplying it, it could be like, oh, take the equals swirl color R, for example. Multiply, multiply, multiply. And then basically, if we do max between... Hey, thanks for the follow, Ludrixis. Max value between swirl color and then the texture color. Something like that. And then basically we do something like this, RGB. Oh. Okay. This one is applying the swirl to the only dark colors. This one... Hold on. So darker it is, lower the value is. So I'm taking the low value and multiplying or applying it. I'm not really sure. CM says, hi, are you making a Blatcher-like? Kind of. We're going through this challenge of making 10 shaders for basically Blatcher-like stuff. But it's like a little bit more than that because I don't think Blatcher has this type of shader. It's just kind of fun to do. I guess it is kind of working because where the text and the thing is, like this one is not taking any of the shader information. The outline is not taking any shader. Well, this one is. I guess it's kind of opacity. ZM says, sorry, I've been away. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Thanks for being here anyways. I'm trying to figure it out. We have a few things here, but this is one of many. Luderixius says, I'm new here. Nice to meet you all. Hi, Luderixius. Welcome. We're glad you're here. Either way, we've solved the mystery, kind of. The mystery is that whenever you're using texture pixel size for shader, texture pixel size is different for that almost makes me feel like it should be texture size as opposed to texture pixel size, but anyways. Okay, let me think about this. For each of the values is taking the darker color. Instead of doing the RGB level, maybe I can go if swirl color, can I do a length on the vector? Length, or do I have to do length of vector and then compare those two? So if the length of the vector of the swirl is bigger than the length of the actual texture, then we apply the swirl. Like so. Something's funky, but it's kind of working. There's all kinds of craziness here, but it's okay. Da, da, da. What are we looking at here? For our little swirly. Where is it? I lost track. Ah, there it is. What if I do it the other way around? No swirl right now. Does it think that the swirl always has the... If the length of the swirl is greater than the length of the texture... Let's see what it returns actually. This returns vec4, so I think it should be okay. It certainly is a process going through one at a time. Let's see. Right now nothing's getting applied because the original color is darker than the swirl color. But that doesn't make sense because there's a white part. What about the white part? Oh. A little bit of swirl is being applied to the darkest part only. Why is it only... I'm really lost here. I thought length... Hold on. I gotta look it up. Godot shader length. Now I have to actually look up stuff. Length. If you use... No, that's an array. Length of a vector. Built-in function. Nope. Hello. Doesn't really tell me. Built-in function page. Okay. CS says, do you sometimes use AI for programming? I rarely do. I mean, I haven't tried it. Oh, maybe it's the... Well, vector length should work. I mean, it's already normalized, so it should be okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't use AI often for... what is it? For coding, just because it's not naturally part of my process. And I've used AI on like other stuff, like writings and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh, the process of like digging through and confirming information and correctness seems a little bit more hassle than worth for me at my level, so I don't really use it. I could see it being useful for like just propping things up real quickly. Like if I have design ideas, for example, I say I want to test this design idea quickly, and I could see myself using it, but you know, so far I don't know. It's not something that I reach for automatically. I reach for Google search before I do anything with the AI, and I haven't really gotten to a point where I can't find stuff I need with Google search, if that makes sense. Let's see. Voice says for working coding or for work coding a lot, as boss says, it's faster, but for my personal projects and games I do not use it at all. Yeah. And also part of it is trying to learn, so. Okay, I'm trying to understand what's going on here. Hold on. Okay. I mean, it almost feels like it's okay. I could even argue being like, hey, only replace the swirlies completely Only apply the swirl where the length is, like, for example, the vector size of the color space is greater than, let's say, I don't know, 111 would be what? Length of 888, for example. Vec4, like so. I mean, I feel like this would be considered interesting. Something about the perspective texture length is kind of funky right now. Liza Wave says, "Hey Ezra, your card game tutorial inspired me to make my own roguelike deck builder, and it will mean a lot to me if you try it at some point. Do you do streams where you play viewers game?" I mean, any stream is that kind of stream. I would love to try it out. If you have it available. I don't like downloading things, so if it's like available for web play, then it's more likely. But yeah. And, you know, I can give unsolicited advice or like feedback or opinion. But that's good. I'm glad to hear that something inspired you. Yeah, you can send the itch page. You could also, if you go to our Discord, which you should join, by the way, if you're not already on Discord, and you do all the onboarding, which is clicking the rules, doing the thing. We have a little showcase / feedback section, and you can share your link there, and then it'll be easier than just putting link on the chat. Hey, look at that fur. Oh, that's really good. Good work, Void. Void has been on Arcbender as well recently, it seems. Ludrixius says, "Just use AI when I am close to the deadline, lol." Yeah, I don't have deadlines these days, right? Because I'm doing it for myself. Hey, thanks for the Prime sub, Ludrixius. Appreciate it. Wow. We've been on it recently. It's good to see the increase in it. Especially because I really messed up today, guys. All right, so here's a secret. The secret is that I do have savings. And obviously I don't work anymore, but I do invest. And recently I've been having a lot of fun with investing with leverage, which I don't recommend. I feel like it's only a task you should do if you have actually steady income. But I've been doing well. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to take a big risk here. So I played something that's against the flow. And I just, you know, I was waiting for it and I saw that it has gone terribly. So now I'm just over here being like, dang, what do I do in the market open type of situation? Anyways, so with that in mind, Prime sub, very great. I love it. Thank you. Voice says impulse spending. No, I mean, I've been doing well. Basically, I just undid everything I made in the past few weeks, which I did a lot. I was like, wow, this is great. I'm doing so great. I was surprised at how great I was doing. But you know, the market giveth, market taketh. Anyways, I still need to do this. So this whole length situation is a little bit confusing to me. I don't know why it's not working as I expect it to. What happens if I go like that? I feel like RGB should be the only thing I should consider anyways. Let's do that. Parentheses close. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Kind of. Wow. Oh, you know what? I'm so silly. I'm so silly. It goes from 0 to 1, doesn't it? It should have been something like this. That's why. I was so confused. Okay. So we want it basically, let's say 8%. Or 80%. Other way around. If the color is greater than... I wanted to only replace the bright part. This part needs to be dark, right? Hold on. Yeah, this is dark part. Why is it considered so bright? Oh, it's because of the white got replaced. So it looks a little weird. Okay, we do the multiply swirl. I suppose we could make it so that the other parts is not necessarily like not applying the swirl, just apply it weakly. So we can do something like apply the swirl, but apply only like 10% of the swirl, for example, or that feels a little better. I almost feel like it feels a little dark, huh? I don't know. I don't know what the best way to apply this is. Still kind of working through it. That feels okay. I mean, alternatively, the problem right now is that the background color is the same as this, like the white part here. That might be what's happening. That's why it looks a little off. Then I could just not apply anything. Uh-huh. Yeah. I don't know. Oops. I guess this works. I mean, I kind of want it to shine, but it's like I made the dark part darker. Basically, I increased the contrast. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe don't use all of them all at once. Have a little bit at a time. I guess I could just do this anyways. Without any of these. Might as well. You know what? I'm not going to fuss over it. I'll just do it this way. Yay. All right. So we have this floating around, very cool. Follow mouse. Dissolve. Resolve. Negative. Foil. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's crazy. that's not very visible. But it's pretty cool though. I don't know, people can adjust the parameters, I'm sure. It's a collection. I mean, I feel like some people will be able to use this material for fun. Okay. So we'll do export var is spectral, which is not really. I've come to find out that spectral cards in Balatro doesn't have any effect. So this like swirly background thing is not really a thing. But alas, it's there anyways for people to use. So yeah. We're saying that the card image is color swirl is the name. Is color swirl would be the is spectral. And it is false by default. Yeah. And then lastly, I do feel like I might want to add the color swirl in negative actually. Hold on, I'll do that. Give me a second though. I'm going to add another checkbox that is spectral. Spectral here. And then that one pressed. We'll simply use the card tester. Card is a spectral, becomes spectral button. Button pressed. Boom. And so we can test it now. Like that. You know what? Low-key, I kind of want to apply for the darkest part of the negative. I want to use the swirl of a dark fog. Right? Because I think the negative on Balatro does have that swirly background. Hold on, let me think about this. Instead of building it in, I wonder if I can combine them. So if I do negative and swirl. So if I come over here and I do negative and swirl by simply changing the color to something like dark. Oh, the swirl is negative. Hold on. I gotta unnegative the swirl. The swirl needs to be applied after the negative, I think. Ooh, that's actually pretty cool. The only thing is that it's making it dark. I almost make... Okay. I'm gonna choose a background color that's unique. Instead of applying it to everything, I'm gonna make it so that the background color... Only the background color gets replaced. So if I do this, for example... So like, or I can go like this, I guess. So I do this and export this as simple card. And do color swirl. I'm going to say the background color, which is a little different, I think. This is FFFF. This one, oh, it didn't update, I guess. Export. Card shader, simple card image. Yes, overwrite. So I do that. So I think what I'm gonna do here, watch this. Apply this background color real quick. And then I say transparent background. And basically the idea is the swirl effect only applies to the background. I'm going to make it so that swirl effect only applies to the background color. So if the swirl is on and the color that we're about to process is the same as the background color, then apply the swirl. Voila. And then if that's the case, then we can do this, I suppose, is because of that. Okay, we're gonna do one more thing here. Instead of checking the post-process colors, background color, we're gonna do the original color as a reference. You see, there's a little bit of fog there for negative. Oh, it looks so cool. I like it. Negative with a little bit of like swirl feels a little better. So let's do that. So on the card tester, we're going to say when the negative gets pressed, we're going to set the spectral as well. Like so. Hopefully it'll work. I think. Yep. I guess I should make it so that the when I press negative on, well, I don't have to do that actually. I could show the effect separately, I guess. I could be like, oh, this is what I want for my negative image. Like so. Perspective is nice. And then I could do foil. Negative foil looks golden. Coincidentally, that wasn't the intention, but I guess that's what happens if you negate the blue. I almost feel like the foil needs to be a little bit more intense on the brightness of the white part and then reduce the intensity or the blue tint, maybe? I don't know. It looks nice either way. Okay. And we got the dissolve and resolve here. It's good enough. What else do we need here? Where voice says void card is gone. What void card? What are we talking about? Let's see. What I really need now is foil effect. Or not the foil, the hollow effect. In Balatro, hollow effect has this like grid-like structure. And I don't know if it's like a texture that gets applied. with the color on top of it? Hollow effect. Blotcher hollow effect. I want to see the animation of it. I gotta find the part. Yeah, these are moving quite a lot. We should probably make him move more then to match that. We got the shimmer. We should probably do this shimmer as well for the packets. Okay, this one right here. It seems like it has this move, but when you tap on it, it does a little jerk as well. Right? I don't know if the jerk has to be like shader or not. That could be an animation. Excuse me. But yeah, it has this like triangular. What would you call this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hexagonal grid that applies some sort of lighting effect where it's emanating from the center, I think. Yeah. It's just, I think there's a noise there that's randomly filling it. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Thank you, Void. Myth says Local Thunk cooked with his shaders is such an inspiration. Yeah, it is. I mean, there's a lot going on. I'm sure they put in a lot of time in terms of like trying to make it look right. Because it's like, even though we have it, there are a lot of aspects of it where it's like, I feel like I could change. You know? Foil's good. Okay. The little grit stuff, I almost wanna... Let me see. Let me see if there's a mathematic function for the hexagonal grid. Shader function for hexagonal triangle grid. You probably find it amusing that I'm just like typing the full thing like I'm talking to someone, but that has always been the way that I search things. I trust the search algorithm. Let's see. Triangle. Okay. Hey, look at this one. Kind of. Less regular. This one is just random triangulation. Oh, yeah, you have to plant seeds first. CS. This is an advanced procedural triangular tiling shader. Okay. Point jitter using cubic spline interpolation. Okay. Color blending, anti-aliasing. I mean, there's potential here. I don't know what parameters it uses. Potentially. You only provide 2 colors between the... If it was more regular, it would fit. Barycentric hexagon. This seems about right. Creates a hexagon out of 6 triangles using barycentric coordinates. Okay. X8 says, how many hours do you spend on game dev a day, bro? And it depends. I mean, I do most of my development on stream. So like 3 to 4 hours. Sometimes when I feel extra motivated, I just do it whenever, however long I want to. Wait. Oh no. The background blending is not blending. I didn't realize that it was not as transparent as I hoped it was. Let me fix the filter real quick. Berry theme seems on point, yeah. Hold on. Let me Oh no, I'm disappearing, guys. Is my skin green? Why does it do this? I might have to just use a custom color for this one. So let's say... I think my skin is just green, honestly. I mean, that's what it feels like, at least. This is better? The blending feels a little off, but... this will have to do, I think. Hello? Okay, I think that feels better. A little, like a stray hair is blending kind of strangely, but we'll have to work with this, I think. Voice says, Ghost Ezra. Yeah, okay, good. Uh-huh. So I don't know. I mean, I could do 13 hours a day if I'm not talking. I think streaming and developing is definitely hard. Okay, barycentric hexagon for spatial nodes. I like that. Okay, this one... Unfortunately, I don't know how the vertex function works specifically. So, what is it doing? 0.0, 0.1, 0.2. So is it creating... So for the vertex, it's creating a point. All right. So that's the important part. Hi, Fernando. Hey, Fernando. You're not in our Discord, I notice. Unless I don't know your Discord name, Fernando. By the way, we're doing an experimental game dev, tech, design, what do you call? Consultation with me, private consultation with me. And I got 3 people. I don't know if the third one has signed up for the time yet. I got 3 people to sign up. So I'm going to have probably video release for that. And then maybe put that out there as a service or continued program. But Fernando is one of them. And we're meeting tomorrow. I'm kind of excited and / nervous. As much as you guys trust me, I don't know how I feel about my own advice. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Just don't take investment advice from me. That's for sure. Zentiver says, "Hey there, hi Zenti, welcome, welcome. We're going through this." Fernandez says, "I'm really nervous." It's okay, no problem. Just make sure you have kind of like at least the... Oh, you know what? I'm going to ask all the questions anyways. Some clarifying question. I'm going to probably go off of your vibe as well. Rust Puppy is lurking. We got Just Covino got caught, of course. Tricky Lady as well. Long time no see. All these lurkers. Fernando says, but I have some things to show and consult. That's great. I'm excited. I'm actually excited about it. A little nervous, but we'll see. Ooh, hexagon shield. That's almost what I need. Let's see if I can find triangle or hexagon related things. Hexagon. You would think that I should know how to make hexagon via math, but I don't. It seems like barycentric hexagon is the word I'm looking for. I wonder why it's called that. But this one is only one. I want to repeated triangles. Barycentric hexagon repeat shader. I mean, this is a tile map. You know what? I could think about it even easier, I think. Brave Sunset Boy says, I wonder if it is possible to make multiple node-based states for the card effects and swap them accordingly to currently in use card effect, like a node-based finite state machine, but instead of using it for the player character state animations, you use it based on what state the card is in and apply the corresponding effect. I think it would be a very organized structure method to control each card effect individually, but I'm unsure if this is even possible because I am new to Godot. Yes, it is possible. And in fact, I think I do encourage that, especially once you start using multiple effects together in order to have interpret a state. So that would be a perfect case for this one, right? And I would probably do it for some sort of my own game. Reason I'm doing it this way right now, where individually you can check the effect, is because I want to demonstrate each effect individually. But if I were to make a state, for example, negative state, right? The negative card isn't just the negative state. It would be negative state plus spectral, right? That's what I think it would be. So the state negative card would check both these marks as opposed to a single Boolean describing what it is entirely. Also, that way you could also handle what kind of states can be together. Where it breaks down, this is where it breaks down. Where it breaks down is if the states needs to overlap, where, for example here, I did this negative and spectral here, but for example, this is what negative looks like, and this is what spectral looks like, right? Let's say in your game, you have a case where a negative card can also be spectral. So you do negative spectral. In a state machine, you get a case where you have to just make a state for negative, you have to make a state for spectral, and you have to make another state for negative plus spectral. And for all the other combination, right? Because by definition, state machine is exclusive. Every state is on its own. And that's where we get the whole state explosion. And that's something you need to kind of consider. But yeah, this looks fun though. I get to move my card. It floats by itself. Oh yeah, we're going to increase the float speed. Floating rotation speed, let's make it 3. Does that feel a little bit faster? Maybe I could make it even faster, 3.14. How about 6? Yeah. Okay, maybe 5.4. It's a little bit too fast. Jacob Dev says, howdy, 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 Jacob. Oh, wait, is your name Jacob? Is that why you're called Jacob? Void also says, ooh, sounds good. Yeah. Brave Sunset says, it does increase the total workload. I personally do not mind that because I have a lot of time available. So that is something I have thought about, or not thought about. Yeah. Is just be mindful of the combination state. There is a point where, like, technically these Boolean are all separate state. So for example, this is a state machine for negativeness. Is it negative? Is it not negative? That's a state machine, right? We're transitioning between two states. We're going from negative state to non-negative states. Spectral state to non-spectral state. And this allows me to have, for example, if this was a state machine, I would have two separate state machine where one can be on one state and the other one can be on another state. So that is that. But, you know, yes, it does make it easier. You know, what helps, the state machine helps with just kind of the organizational structure and how you can approach identifying different states, combination of variables to form a state. But it does break down when things get really exploding. Fernando says, but I have something to... Oh, no, I already read that. Gosh. Jacob says, yep. Oh, wow. That's funny. That's clever, actually. I didn't realize that until, like, I said it out loud. Okay. What's next? Let me check my text. And, yeah, nothing else going on. All right, just making sure... Oh, my God, this hurts so much. Jacob says, a few people catch it. Nice. I'm one of the few now. Okay. Right. Hollow. Very difficult. Let me think about this real quick, though. We're making triangle. Maybe I can do something with my own brain. Yes? Maybe my brain can brain. All right. So what I'm thinking here, and by thinking out loud, you guys can help me too. So we have a UV space, and essentially what we want is this type of division. Or, hold on. Is that? No, that's not the division. What was a hollow division? Hold on. Oh, did I close it? No, hexagon is like that. Okay, so something like this, right? And it keeps repeating, etc., etc. So depending on what's the math behind this? What's the math behind drawing this and realizing if I'm on the line or if I'm inside of a triangle, and if I'm in the center of the triangle versus outside of the triangle, right? That's essentially it. So if I blow it out, so we focus on single hexagon. Jacob says, or no, Voice says, big brain moment coming up. Well, we're trying. We definitely have a center. We can calculate the center of the hexagon, right? Because we can say hex size or hex radius would allow me to calculate the gap between each of the hexagon. And the UV from this space, we could say, oh, if we're on this tile, for example, we can be within a tile, and then we can decide if we're within the hexagon. That's the first step. Are we inside of a hexagon based on the hexagon's points? So any of these spots are UV spots. So we go, is UV in hexagon? Right? That's the first question. And then all I have to figure out is, am I on the line or not? Right? Right? Yes. And basically draw the line out. But that's just drawing the hexagon. Oh man. I almost want to kind of like pull the source code. Now this is where the AI would be helpful, wouldn't it? Isn't it? I could be like, I want to make a shader with a repeating a barycentric hexagon where maybe I start with that. Should I try that? Let me try that. Let me see if that works. I know people will be like, don't use ChatGPT for code, but it's okay. Let's try it. Here it is. See, I'm using ChatGPT or AI as well for the fields that I don't know. I'm trying to make a shader for where is it what is it called? Barycentric. Isn't that barycentric? Barycentric. Oh, it's with Y. What does barycentric mean anyways? Oh, barycentric, okay. Barycentric. You know, where barycentric hexagonal pattern repeats throughout the UV space. Each of the triangular shape will fill. No, hold on. Space. The inside of the triangle and the outline of the triangle should be an independent variable that I can control. I will be applying noise variation or noise-based variation on the outline and the inside and the fill to make a holographic effect on the texture. Right? Am I doing it? Make this shader in GLSL. Maybe? Let's see. I've never done coding based. I mean, obviously, I didn't do all the fancy thing. Fancy prompt engineering, because I'm not familiar with it. It is not my world. So we'll see. Guys, I'm really upset. I said this already. I've been doing so well, but this trade that I messed up is getting me really upset. Because this is like, man, because I was like tittering on the decision of which direction to go, and I was like really close to making the other direction, and that would have been so like it would have blown up quite a bit. But now I'm like over here being like, opportunity missed. It's okay. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Voice says, don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm trying. I mean, it's whatever. Luckily, there are other things that are countering it. So it's not like I lost a significant amount of what I didn't have. I just lost what I made, essentially. But I did make a lot this month. I was having fun. You can only get lucky for so long. This is the gambler fallacy, right? Don't do it. Don't be a gambler. Wow, it's thinking for a long time. I wonder if I say, hey, make it for like Godot GLSL, if it'll be like better. It's doing some logic here. Pro thinking. Stonks Dev tanked recently for me too. Well, here's the thing. I've been shorting very hard, so I've been making a lot of money off of that. And then basically the big news is like, are we done with the AI bubble or not? That's the main question. So I've been betting against it over and over again. And today was an important day for one of those factors. And there were some speculations. So I got little greedy because I was like, you know what? I've been doing so well recently, shorting everything. Alas, we'll see. Tomorrow comes, things might be different. Wow, I was thinking for a long time. Maybe I shouldn't use the pro version. Color modulation. This is pretty cool. You know what? Shader, I feel like, is one of those cases where if you can get it to work, using AI is probably a perfect use case. Obviously, you want to understand it. But because naturally, shader code isn't like project code. Like, a lot of the shader code ends up being like single page or like pre-retained and contained, that its blast radius is very small, right? The blast radius of what it can do in terms of impact of the project. Like, you can just remove the shader in a single file. So I feel safe doing this. But let's see. Voice says it'll give you Godot 3 by default. I see. Brave says, I tried AI for coding. The major problems I had were that I needed to be extremely specific with variables that I normally would not think about. For example, describing the actions and details of a simple jump to an AI, velocity, gravity, the sprite offset on the fake z-axis in 2D top-down style game. Even telling the AI that I'm using specific version of Godot. G-script language, to even describing the node. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense that you would have to be that specific. You know, it's funny because somebody was saying that basically in companies or corporate, PMs have been, project managers or program managers have been vibe coding for years, right? Where they're like telling their engineers to make something and they're like, oh shoot, I didn't define my requirements correctly, so let me redo that. And then you do the requirement and say, okay, make it this way. And then the developer go off and do something and then come back with the code, you know? So, yeah, I mean, you still need the same skill sets, I think. So if it works, it works. I still wouldn't use it for a project fully because the sheer amount of code that you need to make any kind of like production code work is too much of a risk. If you completely rely on it, I do believe that every single AI code needs to be fully reviewed, even if it has a tester. Just like how you would fully review a normal person's code too. Like when I was working in Amazon and Google, like code review, well, it doesn't even have to be that. Any kind of software company, code review is standard practice, right? Where somebody posts something and try to publish something or push something, their code needs to be reviewed. And, you know, you can be lazy about it, but for the most part, you want to be like pretty scrutinizing, especially if it touches an important part. And you want to make small increments. And because of that, you make small increments in code that you can review more effectively than having like this big commit code. So I think it's kind of similar in that, like, you still need someone that can understand to vet the code that's coming through via the AI. Wow, this is a tough task. Apparently, we'll zoom out for a little bit and play around with it. Hold on. Jacob says this is wild that it even is running this long. Well, so the 5.1 Pro has a thinking mode, which takes a long time in general. Like, you have like a automatic where it makes it quicker. It's just this one does this series of reasoning thing to make it better. I'm not sure if it makes a difference or not, but you know, I just kind of rely on it a little bit. I wonder how much power it's utilizing with this single prompt. Anyways, okay. We can work on some other things here. We had... What were some other effects? Oh, the shimmer, right? Entire city of New York. Jacob says probably the entire city of New York amount of power, yeah. Voice says it is done. It is done. GPT-5 web is messed up sometimes, but if you open it on new tab, it should have answered. Oh, really? What if I refresh it? Would that be same as opening it? It's still thinking. Nope. Oh, there it is. Fill mask and line mask. Okay, that sounds about right. Okay, vertex shader uses UVs in VUV. Okay. All right, let me take a look here. Long. How to control the triangle interior and versus out. Okay, so let me take a look real quick. I'm gonna isolate it. So I'm not gonna apply it on the card that we've been working with. Not in this, because it has other other effects on it. So way I'm going to isolate it is by creating another sprite that I'm gonna test on real quick. And then we'll make new material here and we'll create a new shader test hexagon and we'll see if we can work with this. Okay. Fernando says, what's the time of the meeting tomorrow? I'm having trouble because of the time zone difference and I don't see any time selected on Google. I thought Google Calendar would automatically correct that for you. The time I provided was between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. And for you, I think you selected 4 p.m. PT. That's like now, tomorrow, 24 hours from now on. Let me double check. Oh, thanks for the hydrate. I need to get water. I'll go grab it. Just give me a second. Let me check time for this. Does the water bottle throwing still work? Simon says, what do you think about the Steam machine, aka the GameCube? I actually like the name GameCube. It's kind of funny to me. Yeah, you know what? Power to them. I recently got the Steam Deck for testing my indie games on the go, which has been awesome. Actually, it's 2 p.m. So it says 2 p.m. Pacific time. So... Oh, interesting. Yeah, I have it right here. Oh, you didn't get it. You know what, Fernando? You didn't get it because I received a bounce email from your inbox. Your inbox is full. So whatever Google Meet was trying to send to you got bounced back. So you didn't get a confirmation, probably. It says 2 p.m. PT, potentially up to 4 p.m. Do you need help converting that to your time? November 20th, 2 p.m. PT, converted in Google to whatever you do. Anyways, power to them. I don't know. I like the idea of it. I like that the... You know, I know a lot of people are being like, hey, anybody who wants a Steam Cube wants... They can make their own desktop. But it really depends on the price. I didn't see the pricing. Let me see. Steam Cube price. What was the retail price? They didn't announce it, right? It really depends on the pricing, I think. Because people could argue that it's like, oh, you can just build a computer and most people have a computer that's more powerful. I'm one of those people. And there are a lot of people out there that likes to play their game on TV versus computer and want to have an option. And it's really nice. Like, let's say, for example, I have games on Steam Deck, or not Steam Deck. I have games on my Steam and I play it on my desktop. But let's say I have friends over, or like I'm playing with people, or I'm like playing more like spectator way, or I want to relax in some ways in a different space, or taking it on the go instead of taking my entire laptop to play somewhere, for example, at a hotel and stuff like that. I can take the Steam machine and take it to a hotel or different places to play it. So I think there's still use case for it. I think people are underestimating what that is like. So I think it's a good idea, but pricing really does matter. I do think that it probably should be below 300 at base level in order for it to have any kind of Steam. Get it? Anyways. But Fernando, okay. Fernando, you got the time? All right. Say hi to me on Discord, please. If you don't have Discord, I guess it can't be helped, but that will help me message you right before I go on. I'll be like hour before. I'll be like, hey, I'll see you in an hour. Jacob says they haven't shared price yet. Yeah, I'm sure they're doing survey on that to see. Anyways, all right. Let's see the power here. We have this thing, triangle barycentric. Okay. And then FBM is, I don't know what that is. Value noise. Is it actually taking the noise? UV is already there. Frag color is already available. All right. Main would be the fragment. So this is fragment code. And we'll go through it. We'll go through it and see where it can simplify. If we can simplify it, we'll try to simplify it as well. Frag color, just is simply color. And then the other stuff, we'll just simply do this. And then I'm going to go through and see if this is actually trustworthy or not. The time aspect I probably won't include as well. I'll use the main time to do that as well. This one is just going to be simply UV. And we'll correct some of these things and see how it works. Brave says, McCoy says, oh my god, Ezra AI, why? Shader. That's why I have to, I can't help it. It's shader. It's complicated shader that has no answer to. And I want to sit down and do my math. Brave says, I'm back, made a sandwich. Now I just like to copy and paste my Godot project when it is in good state and put it in my backup folder. You should really get a GitHub and back up that way, or iceberg it. Then I just changed the project that I'm working on however I want. The progress through step-by-step feels really nice, and the fact that I know I have a backup to rely on in case anything happens helps me with my worries of losing progress. It gives me a sense of freedom that I never had in tutorial hell. Yeah, that's great. Freedom is good. I'm proud of you for being able to do that. McCoy says, also, yeah, you're streaming. I had class and couldn't join. Didn't know if you would still be live or not. I know it's oftentimes I get out early, but you know, I'm here. I'm having fun. Another thing, our AC is finally fixed. So it's not hot anymore. So I'm able to stay longer. Hold on. I'm getting a little dark here, so I'm gonna turn on my fill light. There you go. Cover the shade a little bit. Fernando says, it's 7 p.m. for me. Okay, great. Okay, private message on Discord. Great, thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks for taking care of that. Let's see. Mikori says, to be frank, I do use AI for shaders too. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. This is my first time ever getting a code out of AI before, or AI, so we'll see how well it does it. Some things are broken, so let's just fix the broken stuff. Time. Cell rend is there. We're going to change this to time. All right. At least it's working. Line width. Let's do 2 here real quick. U pattern scale. Not sure what that is. Noise scale. Noise. Nothing's happening here. All right. Beautiful. We're working on hollow effect. So hollow effect has this like hexagonal shape with the triangles that are divided, or triangles that are dividing the hexagonal shape that goes in and out like this. So I'm trying to get that to work. So let's understand what's going on here. The vec for color, fill color times da, 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 that's okay. Line mask, I'm not really sure where the mask is coming from, so I'll grab that real quick. Smooth step between line width, anti-aliasing, edge distance. Okay. Not sure what this is, but it says it claims that it's anti-aliasing, so it's okay. Try barycentric. I just need to confirm that the triangle is being drawn. That's all I need. Fill color. Okay, so color space. So we can change this color actually. So the fill color, we'll call this source color real quick. And this will be source color as well. We'll do vec4 for these. Nice. Okay. Oh my gosh, I can't see. And then this is broken here because it's like, hey, you can't do vec4 and vec3 math here. We'll just do RGB here, RGB here. Okay, and then the fill color, we're gonna change it. Maybe something white. And line color to completely different stuff. Okay. Well, something's happening. My goodness. This looks crazy. All right. Hold on. Okay. Line colors. The entire thing is a line right now for some reason. Okay. What is going on with this one? How about 10? Ooh. Okay. All right. So we can scale it up. Line width. Okay. It needs to be UV scale. So something like that. Yeah. Okay. That works. That works. It's a little squashed, right? The scale is a little squashed. So we need to adjust that. So let's make sure that happens. I'm not sure what the noise does. Interesting. That's kind of nice. Now, instead of filling it completely, we need to pulse, right? In and out. So I'm not going to actually use the noise. What I'm going to do probably is do a fast noise, like or Perlin noise, and do the color ramping or the fill ramping based on the noise. I think. We'll see. We'll see. Basically, we're almost there. We just need to make sure these hexagons are shaped perfectly. So triangle that are bicentric here. Triangle parity is just a float. Wait, why is it? Okay, that's a bad. You see what it's doing? It's retrieving the value. The triparity value is being passed as a parameter. And then that's being applied out here. It's a float. So if the value gets assigned within this function, is this a reference? Is this considered memory space? Yeah, this seems a little bit strange. Okay. So we're gonna do some fixing here. This is holographic style noise. We need to change the noise part completely. So what I'm gonna do, probably, I mean, it's kind of impressive. It still works, but it's a great starting point. Now I just need to change parameters and work with it to make it work. So that's a plus. Calton says, "What's up, chat? What's up, Colton?" I called you Calton instead of Colton. Sorry, Colton. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, one and all, young and old. Oh yeah, water. Forgot. I gotta go get water. My phone's blowing up with that failed trade that I talked about. Can't stop thinking about it. All right, I'll be back. I'm gonna mute myself real quick. Whoopsies. Okay. So, may I have some audio, please? No. We're working on this. 10 shaders that makes your card game stand out, or 10 must-have shaders for your deck builder. Essentially, it's a block stroke card shader plugin slash experiment. Hold on, I gotta check if we have lime in the refrigerator. I'll be back. Thanks for the follow, free Shiku. Like Shiku. Voice says, anyways, as I gotta go, I'm heading to bed. Have a good one, everyone. Yeah, bye, Void. Bye, Void. Bye, Void. Thanks for hanging out. Hold on, I'll be back. Okay, back. Sorry. Just, taking care of things, living life. Let me just send this message real quick. C2. All right. I wanted to show it to you though, Colton. So far, we have this 3D effect that's floating around. We have a follow mode where it follows my mouse. We can dissolve. We can reappear. Go negative, foil, negative foil, Spectral? Negative spectral. Ooh. So this is where we're at. All right, next up, we're trying to do the foil, or hollow now. Jacob says, sick. Colton says, this is cool. Thanks, appreciate it. Hopefully it'll be available. Now, if I was a... Hold on, let me get that mic set up perfectly. Pointed to my mouse. There it is. It's all shader. Well, kind of. Mostly shader. This is what it looks like. I mean, if it turns on flags and it does some sort of animation-based, like, thing, but as you can see right here, if you look at the card image, this is all the shader parameter. And you can see that all of these are all shader. And even the dissolve, like so, this is a shader. Burn color. So I'm just kind of popping it all into a single shader where you can just kind of apply to your card and do what you need to do. So yeah. Pretty sick. We been using Godot shader, a website, to kind of but pick up a lot of the shader stuff. Colton says, how does the hover when the mouse is over it working? I've been wondering about that, whether it's a shader or actual card movement. It's a shader. So, you know, this is an interesting topic right here. So you see this one, I have a shader for perspective. Basically it takes an image and it projects it like a perspective. So you can give it a Y rotation. You can see it like this. You can give it an X rotation. So basically, depending on where your mouse pointer is relative to the card position, you can decide which way to rotate. Right? Yeah. And technically, this one actually uses a sprite that has both the front and the back, where you can flip the card like C. Back and forth. So it's a real total package. All right, so I was working on this triangle thing, trying to make it better. The foil, because the thing that I noticed about the foil is that it's like this bicentric. Is it called bicentric? What we're calling it? It was called a barycentric hexagonal shape. And I think we use AI to get the starting point, and we fix some stuff. So now I'm trying to understand what output it. I mean, shader is a good candidate, I was saying earlier, because it's shorter, it's smaller segment of code, and it's not functioning well. The shader not functioning well doesn't have that much of a big blast radius, but you still want to understand what's going on. Hash for noise. So anything noise related, I'm going to turn it off right now, honestly. So let's see. Well, not turn it off, but replace it with the noise texture. And we'll probably use this. Instead of noise scale and strength, we'll say uniform texture is, I think, sampler 2D. Sampler 2D. Noise texture. Right. And that allows us to add a noise texture, which I will make it a fast noise here. Right, and then we're going to get rid of all this spatial frequency of holographic noise, all these things. I suppose this still kind of applies, but basically there was a part about the noise where these colors are being applied by the hash, where hash was the noise. So instead of using hash, we're going to use a noise texture. So we come down here, value noise, I don't know what this is. What the P? What is P? Let me take a look here. I'm gonna go through and read what's going on. Colton says, "Got it. That's really cool. Yeah, thanks." And that one, basically that one, I grabbed it from GodotShader.com. GodotShaders.com. The 2D perspective. Basically, I'm mashing all the shader together. None of these I invented it. Well, a lot of them I didn't invent. But, you know, gotta use which is available out here. So let's get to the noise part. This is a process as well. Just figuring this out. Get barycentric coordinates. I'm not going to touch the triangle just yet. I want to get to the noise part first. Fill. Different motion for fill and outline. Different motion for fill and outline, it says. What does that mean? What does different noise... And FBM was doing something where space position plus time... Okay, so depending on the time, it was deciding what was being filled. We're going to change this so that it uses the UV of the noise texture, rather. So the fill noise, and I guess we want to actually noise texture UV equals to the UV coordinate plus we're gonna shift it by time times, I don't know what this is, cell run per triangle random seed. Okay, so this is doing a per triangle. I'm gonna just follow the whole texture since the noise itself is doing the randomness. So we're gonna just pinpoint a time is moving the noise UV space by a certain amount. So we're gonna say it'll probably shift the vector 2 by the time amount, and we're going to shift it by probably, like, say 0.01, for example. So we're going through the UV of the noise texture, and depending on what the time scale is, we're going to a different spot. And we want to wrap around, right? So we want to go from 0 to 1 and go back and forth over and over again. So the value we actually want probably... my cat is scratching the door. Oh! Hello? Peach, what do you want? Not her scratching the door, and as soon as I open it, she's like, oh, I didn't do that. Sorry, bye. And just turns around. She's probably going to scratch the door again in a bit. Ah. Come here. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Fat cat. Hi. Say hi. No? Okay. Bye. I guess I'll just keep the door open. She just wants to rub herself on me. Okay. So I'm thinking noise texture UV is time dependent. UV of the current spot plus... and most it'll shift by 1. So we'll do sine of time. Hey, thanks for the hydrate again. We might have to change this, but we'll see. I'm going to do this for now. And Well, this is vector 2 and this isn't. So it might be like, hey, what are you talking about? I'll be like, okay, vector 2 of 1, 1 here. May or may not work. I don't know if UV wraps around or not. If it does, then this will be fine, I think. Instead of this being this, we'll just go noise texture, and I'll get rid of hash since we don't need the hash anymore. Get rid of all this. We don't need. I'm not gonna worry about all these extra fancy noise stuff. Vec2. Okay, it doesn't like that either. I guess I'll just do it this way. What? Oh, this, okay, this is a vec2 here. Hold on. Maybe that is... Hello? You never done that? Oh my god, both of the cats are here now. Oh my goodness. Say hi to the camera, Fig. Ah, she just jumped on my chair. Say hi. Piggy. Yeah? Hello? Pig? Oh, there it is. Hi. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Oh my god. Oh, dangers. No, 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 no. How about you get off? She's attached to me. Oh my gosh. Stop it. Come here. Stay out here, okay? You gotta stay out here, okay? It's okay. No, 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 no. Jeez. Man, these cats. They're like, what are you doing there? Play with me. Brave says, lovely cat. I have a dog. She is Maltese. Oh, cute. Yeah. I mean, typically they are sleeping while I'm streaming, but I guess I have been on for a while now. It's okay, though. All right. Okay. Where was I? Oh. Oh, I'm moving things around. I shouldn't be. Okay. So we got rid of a bunch of stuff that we might need. We're going to get rid of FPM once again. What? There you go. Come down here. It's like, hey, I can't do any of that. I'm going to make it into a vec2 here. And then fill value will be noise. We're going to do texture of the noise texture and use the noise texture UV as a spot getter. And this is a ratio, right? Which will be a RGB value. And I believe I could get the length of the texture, which will probably range between, I don't know, 0 and something. Can I normalize and length? Let's see. Can I do normalize to length? So it'll be somewhere between 0 and 1. Let's say line value. We're going to use the same thing for now. I just want to test this out. Okay. So the fill value is shifting based on the time. And then it gets some value between 0 and 1. I'm going to make it so that we don't apply the strength at all right now. We don't care about the strength. And I'm trying to get rid of all the extra stuff here. just so that it's enough for me. So it's going to be either 0 to 1. And I want to make it so that the fill noise goes from transparent to not transparent based on the noise level. So the fill mod will be the color of it. I wonder if I can do that. Back 4 of RGB. And then the last one will be the alpha. Right. And then fill color is a final color here, which won't use this. It's like color will equal to this. And it's completely white right now because it's just full alpha here. We're going to say the alpha value is going to rely on the alpha value of the fill and the line should, hold on, line color on the noise level. So we'll say and fill, then end line for now, where it goes from 0 to 1 back and forth. I don't know about the mask. I guess mask's okay. Right now it's using completely the color of the thing. I would like to think that... Oh, yes. No. So we're grabbing different UVs. We're making it normalized and we're getting the length of the fill and the end line. And we're using that to be the alpha value. It seems like it's not really going all the way down to 0. I would love to see what the value of the noise texture UV thing is. I suppose I need to make it smaller. So let's say I do 200 and 200. And then increase the frequency here so I can see the value fluctuate more. So this one will go from 0 to 1, right, sine, or -1 to 0. And wraps this around. Hold on. Let me try this first. I'm gonna comment this out because I'm still testing a few things out. I want to make it so that the variation is sine and cosine of the time, because I want to actually see it change. There it is. So it's blinking in and out right now. And then I want that blinking in and out to be independent per triangle or per noise. Brave Sunset Boy says, I wonder if there is a shader related reason for the canvas texture renderer to be set to linear instead of nearest. Well, it's because I just create a new sprite right now and I didn't set the filter. So if you go to texture and filter to nearest, it fixes it. Also, you can just set it at the project level. I didn't do that. And that's the only reason why it's set to linear. I set it to linear overall because this in particular is a mixture between... Hold on, I heard a noise. I'll be back. Jeez, these cats. Okay, back. Probably another hour before I go, though. MD Fury says, greeting, how's it going? Wow, cool font, dude. Things are going well. We're making our shaders. We're trying our best. We're reverse engineering the result of AI to make it our own. Brave Sunset Boy says, I wonder if there is a shader related... Oh, no, I already read that. All right, cool. We're back on track. So we have this whole 1 through 10 thing. Now we want to use noise texture. But instead of using a texture that's moving along, I will just grab the... Oh, wait. That's why. We'll do texture. Hold on. So instead of doing this, we'll set it to texture of noise texture. And we're going to grab its UV coordinate, which will be between some values. And so we'll grab a length of it after normalizing it. Right? Which will, I think, hopefully will vary its colorfulness based on the noise, or transparency based on the noise texture. Which I guess it's not really doing that, huh? Frequency, fractal is FPM is fine. I don't know what the biggest... Like, I don't know what the noise length is going from. I figured it was going to be between 0 to 1. But it doesn't really seem like there's any section that is matching that. How big is this texture? This is 138 by 93. Okay. So let's say 138 by 93, so it matches a UV. And then what if I hold on. So before doing this, I want to make sure that the noise is getting created appropriately. Yeah, I can't even get it to like go spotty. I wanna make it so that the parts where there's like black color, it's transparent, and parts where there's white color, it's not transparent, basically. And I'm guessing I'm doing that wrongly, so I'm gonna go and learn it from the burn here. So on the burn dissolve, the result alpha is based on a threshold. It's making a smooth step between the noise texture. Okay. So threshold is the alpha. It's making a smooth step between noise texture's X value at a dissolve value. So that's the threshold that we're setting up, where in the dissolve step we're in. And noise texture, we retrieved it by just doing a dissolve texture UV, which is what we're doing right now. So I'm not sure what the difference is technically. Let me do something more aggressive here. So the aggressive thing that I want to do is I wonder what the smooth step actually does. If end fill is greater than 0.5, I want this to be 0. Okay. Hello? Oh. Wait, what? Why would the length ever be negative? Weird. The range seems... Why is the range... You see how, like, at exactly 1.0, the noise starts to happen? Is it because of the normalization? Hold on, let me see. How is the noise texture being applied here? How is it getting the value of the noise texture? Burn, dissolve, noise texture. It's taking its X value. Okay, it's only taking its X value. So I should probably consider only the X value as well then. So instead of doing a length, we'll grab the X value of the noise texture and use that. Mikori says, another effect that might be cool, not sure if it's in Velatro, is frosted card. Like frosted glass on top of the card. Oh, that'd be cool, yeah. Okay, a little bit better. Now that I have this, I'm going to try and apply this to this. Okay, a little bit better. The alpha is impacted by the noise itself. And then the color is being applied this way. The noise texture UV will now change in time. Okay, obviously this is not what I want, but it's okay. We can manage this. You can see the entire noise moving around. Yeah, I mean, that's the idea. The idea is we're scanning through the noise texture to decide what to do here. Of course, says, by the way, you hear about Cloudflare outage? Yeah, no, I heard about it. Some of the things that I was working with, or not working with, but websites I was using also went down too. Pretty big deal, actually. Happening for the second time in the recent months, years. Is a pretty big deal too. Pretty interesting. I don't know what happened. I didn't read into why it happened. Of course, I posted a meme in a random dev things in Discord about it. Oh, did you? I didn't see it. Wait, where is it? Oh, I realized. Cloudflare is on Reddit fix. Oh, yes. Can't push to GitHub if GitHub is down. Funny. Okay, I feel like we're almost there though. Is there a way to zoom in on the noise texture? Yes, that's what the noise scale would be. Now, of course, we can make this 512 first of all, and then we can zoom into it via the zoom scale. And also, we should make it so that it doesn't go beyond the noise texture. That's one change we need to make, first of all. So, can we clamp it down or wrap around? What's the best way to wrap around on 0 to 1? Paper says, hey there, man. I'm new to software and game development, and I'm creating 2D indie pixel art side scroller. I want help regarding player combat system. My enemy can attack the player, hurt and kill him, however. My player can't do that to the enemy. I'm stuck. Please help me. Okay, so let's see. My enemy can attack the player, but player can't attack the enemy. Okay, well, how far along are you with it, though? So you have it so that it starts attacking. So, like, do you have the function to make the attack calculate on the target already? And you're trying to use the same system that the enemy is doing? Or are you trying to do a separate? Like, it really depends how far along you are in terms of you already made the attack animation and you already drew your hurt box or hit box collision box. And if so, then you have to, you know, make sure that happens when when player presses the input. Yeah, what Colton said. Colton said, "Hey, Paper, what engine are you using?" Brave Sunset Boy says, "I think the whole noise texture is being rendered and it bugs out because it doesn't know how to handle the movement." Hold on. This is solvable. Just give me a second. It's simply it simply needs to be what do you call zoomed in. The UV actually needs to be divided by the scale, right? Noise scale, for example. What is it called? It was actually called something else. Oh, it's a single word. Huh. And then the scale right now is 0, so we gotta make sure. And then we go 60. Yeah, you see that. And then we want to make sure that the time scale is lower now. So we're gonna make the time scale move much slower. Like so, maybe even by 100. Or maybe 50. Oops. And then instead of scale being 60, let's do 30 real quick. I'll go back to 10. What happened? Okay. Time scale is moving too fast. So we're going to not divide the time. Time is X, sine is Y. If I want to make the lengthen to stretch out the time, I think we want to divide it by 2, maybe? Five, let's do 5. And then we got to clamp it so that the UV is limited to, what do you call? 0 and 1. Alternatively, instead of using sine, we could just do... I think this is okay, actually. And we want to mod it. Is there a mod on? Is there a mod on shader language? GLSL or Godot shader language built-in function. Paper says, yes, the enemy patrols, and upon detection, he chases the player and attacks him, which results in knockback and hurt animation. And upon 5 to 6 attacks, player dies. Godot 4.5. I'm using the same script for enemy 2, but the knockback and hurt animation and death animation ain't playing for enemy though, even though they both have similar script. They're in different collision mask layer, however. I mean, you gotta debug by level of like, is it, first of all, put a breakpoint in detecting the collision to see if it is colliding at all, right? Because in order for you to do a processing of hitting, you need to first of all see, is the collision detection happening in the first place? So that is the collision detecting code running when you hit the enemy. That will be the starting point, and then you can do everything else, I think. Colton says, it's tough to say without seeing your project. Yeah, it's a huge thing, but you got to see if the collision is happening in the first place. Pepper says, the signal are connected for attack area and everything the same for player 2. It is just, I don't understand how it's working for player, but not for enemy. It may be because they might be in a different layer and mask. Chris says, apparently it should be mod. Okay, so we do a mod here. What are we modding to? We're modding to... But it's a float. It's a float value. So we're not exactly, well, maybe. Okay, hold on. I want to see if mod accepts. Yeah, it does accept float. Okay, so we can say next noise texture. Does it also do vector? Oh, it does do vector. What? That's crazy. I guess that makes sense. And then we want to mod it by vec2 of 1, right? Okay. It's kind of working. Okay. There's some stitching issue. But that's still not as bad as what it was before. I definitely want to increase it so that it's moving a lot slower. The zoom is a little bit too extreme, I think. We want it to be like... I think this is good. We might have two noises that's crossing this way and do a subtraction in order to make it look more like in and out. Brave says, Paper, start by copy pasting the enemy and using the enemy as your player. Additionally, check if both the enemy and the player have the animation set up. With the collisions, you can press on debug and then check the visible collision shape to check if the collisions are correctly set up. Yeah, I mean, those are all helpful. But very specifically, you definitely need to figure out if the collision is being detected at all in the first place in order for you to test if it works. All right, so we have the fill value, that is grayscale value right now. And now we want to apply that to fill color. And this value will determine if the alpha is alphaing or not. And right now we have this here, fill color, line color. Line color is 0 or something like that. Let's say we have something like this, for example. Okay. Things are moving. This one we're going to make it a little closer to. Okay. Very much noise dependent. We're going to do a threshold thing where basically the alpha value will start to creep in only after a certain value. So I don't know what the smooth step does. So let me look at the built-in function here. Smooth step. Performs a smooth hermite. What is that? Interpolation between 0 and 1. Okay. A, B, and what's the C? When... Oh. Do an interpolation between 0 and 1 when A is less than C less than B. Where threshold function with a smooth transition is desired. So it's clamping. Okay. A is the value of the lower edge. B is the value of the upper edge of the function. And C is the source. Okay. So I can do smooth step. On the value where we're looking for between 0.5 to this. That's still a noise. How do we make it so that it's like blobbing in and out? Do I have to apply it per triangle? I might have to actually. That's kind of rough. Yeah. We'll see. Colton says, Paper, if collisions are detecting properly, it could be a string mismatch in the signals or something. Yeah, if the signal's not firing, actually it fails quietly if the parameters don't match. Or parameter type doesn't match. I've made the mistake of not connecting them properly or having signal function name mismatch. The signal is connected to a function that doesn't exist due to a typo or something. Check collision mask too. I've spent hours debugging. Yeah, there's a lot of debugging. I've gone through a lot of debugging for like when using signal, where signal, what do you call? Where the, oh my gosh. Where the signal name matched, but then the emitting parameter type didn't match the signal definition, and it just kind of failed silently. McChris says, it was dark and stormy night. The green clouds of nebula sword above in patch spots. I don't know, I just see green clouds and noise. Yeah, exactly. It just looks like a one continuous noise. That's the issue right now. Instead of it looking like a noise, I needed to sweep in the shape. But they shouldn't look continuous. They should look independent, I feel. So I do think, first of all, let's make the noise bigger and we'll make the threshold a little bit smaller. 32.8 maybe. Do something like that. And then apply these noise spots independently for triangles, perhaps. Because I need the triangle shape to blotch in and out, I think. And I was able to apply the color independently with the previous implementation. So let me go back to my code that I grabbed. And then get the part where it's doing the triangle fill per triangle. So we have the cell, which I guess this is why we need the hash on. No, cell random. This is a random cell. We're collecting random cell here. And hash 21, the way it worked, we did this, nothing else is required. I think this is what that is, right? Hash 21 was the fill. So it's saying fill color. Oh, it's a mask. Where's the mask coming from? Hold on. Fill mask. Fill mask is this minus, okay. But I need it for each triangle. So how is it doing the base position? Okay, so I do need this after all. So I'm going to bring the FBM and the hash back again. Maybe I shouldn't have deleted it so hastily. So I have FBM, I have the hash. And instead of value noise being this, we will grab hold on. I'm gonna grab this original color, fill color, line color, base position. Well, is cell rend still there? Base positions, fill mask. We have all this. I think the cell rend is missing on this one though. Per triangle cell. Let's do this real quick. I'm gonna copy this real quick and change this. So this one, we were doing time here before. Fill mud, we got the noise texture here. We can use that with the smooth step. Float noise based alpha with the smooth step. And then fill color goes away. Noise strength, we get rid of that. I don't care about that right now. Fill mod, fill color. For here. Oh, hold on. Hold on. It's starting to look okay, but it's not quite what I'm looking for here. Wait, where? How is it applying the noise right now? I'm not even applying the noise yet. A little confusing. Different motion for fill and outline. Okay. So we're gonna take this and go to FBM logic. And we're grabbing a noise value here. Instead of that value, we're gonna grab this. What is it not liking? UV? Ugh. Fine. We'll do this, and then we'll apply alpha mud. Go fill color alpha will equal to noise alpha. Oops. Wait, what's going on here? It's really hard. Brave says, all right, I think I'm going to get some sleep. I want to set up the grid-based movement tomorrow because 2D orthogonal movement character that tried to chase a player diagonally while limited to 4 cardinal direction is truly horrifying. Hey, the trick is map to local on the tile map layer. That helps solve out a lot of the hexagonal movement or isometric movements. Yeah, thanks for watching. Brave says, I meant right and down for the enemy, not left end. I'm a bit tired. No, I get it. All right, McCris says, the green shade gives me the Pokemon vibes. Pokemon vibes? Yeah, I'm not sure why. Not quite understanding that. Okay. I feel like we need to use different spots in the same noise based on the UV independently. So the noise texture UV right now, I am grabbing it from the UV of the texture itself. We want to reliably skew the UV location, I think. How would I do that? Right now there's still a noise. It comes in. I don't know. Anyways, let me think about this. Okay, so this is actually more like hollow color. And color right now we're saying will be something like this. Probably instead of multiply, would probably say, hey, oh my gosh. I mean, that looks shiny, that's for sure. Let's do... I get it. So we'll say if hollow color alpha is greater than equal to or greater than 0, then we'll apply the multiply. Jeez. Hold on. I do think that it is so silly. Hold on. I almost feel like this feels right. I gotta think about this. What will make this better? I guess the multiply makes it... No, but the multiply always makes things brighter, right? Am I crazy? I mean, it's almost like it's better without the noise. What are you supposed to do with this? I mean, it does look like little shiny things. It looks diamond-like. But it's not quite right, right? Liza says, it looks super cool without the noise. Thanks. I appreciate that. I just need to... Okay. It looks cool, and I'm okay with that. It's just, it's different. It's like, it does look like it's supposed to, like, be a little bit fractal or shiny. I guess I could make it, like... So line is... We can make the line 0. So there's no line color here. And then make the parent be bigger. So like, I don't know, 15 or 20, I guess. Or actually 5. Something like that. And then the fill color, we can go bluish. It's just this noise is like little square noise that's being moved around. Just give me a second. It's not the same. Yeah, I don't know. Wait, what's happening? Hey, Sammykins. Sammykins says, hello, Ezra. I hope your day is going well. It's going. We're trying out here. Definitely we don't want the noise, it seems like. But it's still applying to noise right now. Why is it applying to noise? I thought I got rid of the noise part. Like that? I mean, same thing as what I was doing earlier. Except it's using regular noise. It's not the kind of hollow I wanted. But it's something. For sure. Semikin says, I like the way it looks way zoomed in. Yeah, me too. Because it feels like it's more... It feels like it's like flipping the color instead of relying on the noise. I almost feel like we shouldn't use noise here. Or we should just use one noise. But it looks like diamond over here. But I also see that the different part of the noise uses different things. does Frect do? Frect. Returns a fractional part of X. Oh, I see. Well, you know what? I'll call it. I'll put that on. And maybe call it. I mean, it kind of looks glassy. Mikori, would this pass as like a glassy look? I mean, it's more like a diamond, I suppose. Here. I'll get this in. How about the line width, noise texture? Maybe it doesn't require a noise texture, this one. Noise scale. Oh. Okay. All right, let's see if we can apply this to existing one here. This is going to be a little bit tough. But I think we can do it. So, on our original card, we'll add a diamond effect where we do try pattern scale, try line width, and then this is try fill color, try line color, and try noise scale. And then we're gonna grab our hash value noise and FBM, put up top, and then grab our bicentric or barycentric logic. This one failed because it's a redefinition of P. Where are you using P here? Ah, we're using P here. I don't know what P is for. Point? I suppose I could replace, but I gotta be careful with the replacing. Hello? Why wouldn't you let me? There you go. Okay. Oh my goodness, there's so many of these. Okay. Alright, we just need to copy the fragment logic now. Which I guess I could say vec for diamond effect. And then I could return the yellow color. I wouldn't say glassy, says McQuarrie. Yeah, it's definitely some sort of diamond or like gem effect. Semikin says, can you reduce the overall opacity of the shader a little? Yeah. So I did this over here as a test. The idea is that whatever the shader is, I can apply it to the original texture however I want, and when I'm combining it in order to reduce the opacity or blending option. It's a little bit tricky, but it works either way. So UV here would be UV here, which is vec2 of UV. And that should be okay. U pattern scale is try pattern scale. And then there's other stuff that I'm gonna have to get. Try line width. Try noise scale. Try fill color. Try line color. I think that's everything here. So we got the diamond effect, which we will apply at the end. Oops. So what we do here for this particular card, we can choose a fill color, line color, and then noise scale we were saying 0.58, and then 1 and 9.4, for example. And we can apply this here at the end. Color, multiply, diamond effect of UV. But instead of using actual UV, it probably is just UV here. There you go. So this one, instead of just multiplying it straight on, if we want to do opacity stuff, we could go oh my gosh, it's lagging. Vec for diamond effect texture, and then we can say it's alpha. We can reduce it by like, say we have it 60%. I really need to delete this thing. It's too heavy. And then we say, whoop, like so. Hold on. Oh, it makes it more opaque if I multiply it. Oh, right. What we need to do actually is color RGB needs to be applied to RGB here based on the diamond effects alpha. Oh, my shader editor is lagging. Okay. I think. I almost feel like the noise speed needs to be probably adjusted. But I guess I would say that would be under and that would be applied if jam. Let me do this here. So we can go boop, foil, color swirl. We definitely need to make that noise speed a little bit slower though. It's moving really fast. But that would be my hollow, I guess. It looks pretty cool, right? Okay, let's make that speed slower. Also, the zoom scale on the... There you go. That's a little bit better. And we'll make it slower. There you go. Was it better when it was faster? What do you think? I feel like the darkest dark needs to be a little bit... I feel like overall the hollow color needs to be reduced. Right? Like it shouldn't go that dark. What do you think? So we can make... We're multiplying it by the alpha and we're multiplying it to the whole. I do think maybe... Hold on. That makes it darker. Okay, I want to make the darkest part not as dark without touching the brightest part. So I want to only impact the darkest part. Maybe it's okay. I don't know. Feels okay. All right, so over here, I'm going to turn off the gem mode. As we know, on the card itself, we can go export var is gem false, and then we do this update render thing. Is gem, and on the update render, indentation is messed up here. Update render here. We're gonna do this. Is gem will be is gem here. On the card tester, we'll create another checkbox for gemify, which will be pressed under card tester, and simply we're gonna say card is gem equals the pressed status of gemified button. Excuse me. Like so. And then we have our little floating card. Yeah, that looks pretty sick. Right? I mean, there's something about, I mean, the whole opacity, yeah, you're right. There's something I could do about that, but this does look kind of cool. Oh my gosh. This is so much better. Foil and Gemify looks really great. Negative and Gemify looks great too. Spectral and Gemify doesn't work as well. Oof. Great effects. Look at us go. Look at our little shader. We're really getting a collection down here. Definitely good. I'll be like, some of them, I don't know how it works, but it works, so use it. It was great. I'm excited to post this video and share the shader. Honestly, I should probably put half of the shaders behind pay. Well, not pay, but behind membership. Like up to some good enough like base functions, I probably would share it for free. But I feel like I want to keep some of the functions exclusive. Now, of course, I can't do that because none of these I made it myself. I guess I got it all from somewhere, so that would be kind of sleazy. But there comes something. All right, that's pretty cool. What's next though? All right, before I go, let's decide on what the next feature is. McCory says 25% of shader free, 3 effects, 8 other effects, 99 direct payware. No, thank you. That's kind of crazy. I appreciate the sentiment though. I mean more like, hey, here, I love sharing my code to everyone, but if you want the better version of it or a more complete version of it, I share it on like the members only channel on Discord and stuff like that. Of course, I can't stop you from sharing with other people, but pretty sick. This is looking pretty good. Drop shadow. I guess I should do a drop shadow. I definitely need that other hollow effect, the actual hollow effect. I need to figure that out somehow. I'm not even sure if it's shader or it's like the easiest way I can think of is if you manually generate a base texture instead of using a noise texture that you can use. That might work better, but alas, here we are. Okay, well, thanks for watching, everyone. Once again, I'm live Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. If you aren't already, please come join my Discord because I make announcements there, either when I'm posting a new video or if I'm saying today's session is canceled, etc., etc. Oh, thanks for the hydrate. I got a little bit of water left. Colton says, I was working and lurking. It was nice. Thanks, man. Yeah, no problem. That was fun. We are going to continue. That was kind of lighthearted. I don't have to worry about game design and stuff like that. Anyways. Yeah, no problem. Discord, protopass or proton pass. What else? Merch store. Oh, I'm getting my new merch design tomorrow. The 99% burnt out. I do need some ideas for the other 1%. 99% burnt out. 1% what? 1% coffee? I don't know. I'm going to start with just regular 99% burnt out only, and then maybe have additional design later. But that's coming on. I'm going to snooze my ad right now, since I'm going anyways. So that's that. What else? What else do we have? Yeah, join Discord. I'll tell you all about it when I'm canceling or when I'm changing specific times and such. And yeah, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Cool. Okay, let's raid out. We'll find a raid target here. Oh, you better water that. You better water that before I raid out completely. Because the plants don't get saved. I'll let you make your plant. Oh, you got a Barry Allen. Very nice. Very nice. Alright, oh, Manisha is live. YoLJ is live. Is that 6 hours or 6 minutes? If it's, I think it's 6 hours, right? Let me see. It's also Unity. I don't know if we can do that. And we haven't been to Manisha in a while, though. Oh, it's 6 hours. They're probably going to be exiting anyways. Let's find a new person. We haven't seen a new person in a while. Bullion. Solo game dev learning as I go. Cool, cool, cool. Godot, yeah. This is pretty targeted. Bullion is cool, dude. Okay, let's go Bullion. Alright, everyone. Thanks for watching. I will see you tomorrow. Or, not tomorrow. I'm seeing one of my viewer tomorrow. Because I'm doing the consultation. Which, by the way, I'm giving out free consultation for your game dev tech design. So, that's a content. Looking forward to that. I'm probably going to run off. Please explain to Bullion that I have run off, and please describe what we have done, if you can, Mikori. Mikori says, I thought the consultations were on stream. I want to do it privately first before I do stream, because I don't know what kind of things I'm going to talk about, you know? Off stream, record it. Then, once we have it figured out, we'll make it regular stuff on stream. Okay? Okay, sounds good. Thanks for watching, everyone. Bye. And then as soon as that's over, I'll say bye to YouTube as well.